The assembly will come to order. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Assemblyman Acefa. Assemblywoman Backus.
Present.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Here.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblywoman Carlton. Assemblyman Carrillo.
Here.
Assemblywoman Cohen. Assemblyman Daly. Assemblywoman Douglas Boone.
Here.
Assemblywoman Duran. Assemblyman Edwards. Assemblyman Ellison.
Present.
Assemblyman Flores. Assemblyman Fumo.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow. Assemblyman Hafen. Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Hanson. Assemblywoman Hardy. Assemblywoman Howdigi. Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblywoman Krasner. Assemblyman Levitt. Assemblywoman Martinez. Assemblyman McCurdy. Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Here.
Assemblywoman Neal. Assemblywoman Wind. Here. Assemblywoman Peters. Here. Assemblyman Roberts. Here. Assemblyman Smith. Here. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Here.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Here.
Assemblywoman Titus. Here. Assemblywoman Tolles.
Here.
Assemblywoman Torres.
Here.
Assemblyman Watts. Here. Assemblyman Wheeler. Here. Assemblyman Yeager. Here. Assemblywoman Carlton. Assemblyman Flores. Present. Assemblywoman Neal. Speaker Frierson.
Here. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the record reflect there are 40 members present. There is a quorum.
The record shall so reflect there are 40 members present. The assembly will rise for the prayer written by Reverend Richard Snyder, the Warm Springs Correctional Facility, read into the record by our chief clerk.
Almighty God, we thank you for this new day. Direct the members of the Nevada Assembly, O Lord, in all their business with your most gracious favor, and further them with your continual help. Grant them health, grant them patience, grant them wisdom and insight as they grapple with the issues facing this 31st special session. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order business 2, reading and approval of the journal.
Carson City, Wednesday, July
Mr.
15.
Speaker.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that the Speaker and Chief Clerk be authorized to make the necessary corrections and additions.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Go to order business 8, motions, resolutions, and notices. It's just me. Under order business 8, I wanted to make clear Assemblywoman Neal is authorized to attend, participate, vote, and take any other action in the proceeding of the Assembly and the Assembly Committee of the Whole through the use of remote technology. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Mark Cronin, KTVN-TV, be accepted as an accredited press representative, assigned space at the press table in the Assembly chamber, and allowed use of appropriate broadcasting facilities.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblyman Yeager.
Could we go to order business 9, Mr. Speaker?
Order business 9.
Assembly Bill 4, introduced by Committee of the Whole, enacting taxation, revising the formula for determining the measure of the tax on the net proceeds of minerals, eliminating the temporary requirement for the payment in advance of a portion of the tax upon the net proceeds of minerals, eliminating the temporary requirement for persons who extract minerals to pay a portion of the tax on the net proceeds of the estimated royalties that will be paid in for certain years, and providing other measures properly in there too.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Assembly Bill 4 be referred to the Committee of the Whole.
Without objection, so referred. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly resolve into a Committee of the Whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly is resolved into a Committee of the Whole. The committee will come to order. Well, we're in the Committee of the Whole now. So, Assemblyman Yeager, can you remember when we come out to go to Order Business 1? All right, we are now in the Committee of the Whole, and can I get,
Speaker, order business 1, please.
can we get a 1 minute recess?
1 minute recess.
The committee will come back to order, and now we are going to go to the presentation of Assembly Bill 4. I know that we do have a presence in the queue online, but for introductory remarks, I'm going to call on Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll just make a couple brief opening remarks, and then we can proceed. So Assembly Bill 4, Section 1 of the bill reduces the amount of those deductions by 40%, except for the portion of the proceeds that are paid as royalties that are taxable to the recipient of the royalty. Section 4 of the bill provides that this reduction in the amount of these deductions applies to the taxes due for the calendar year 2020 and each calendar year thereafter. Thus, the reduction in the amount of these deductions would apply to the tax paid in fiscal year 2021 based on the net proceeds of minerals extracted for calendar year 2020. Sections 2 and 5 of the bill remove the requirement of Senate Bill 3 of this session relating to the payment in advance of a portion of the tax on the net proceeds of minerals extracted for calendar years 21, 22, and 23. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Carlton. And I believe that from our tax staff at the LCB. We have Russell Ginden in the queue that should be able to walk through the provisions of the bill and then answer questions that the body may have at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Russell Ginden, Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Counsel Bureau. And I'll begin by saying I am your nonpartisan legislative staff, and as such, I neither advocate for or against legislative measures. I've been asked, as the chairman said, to go through the provisions of the bill and then provide some additional information and then answer any questions that the members of the Committee of the Whole may have. I believe Assemblywoman Carlton did a good job of going through the summary of the bill. It's actually a fairly straightforward bill. So she said Section 1 of the bill actually would reduce the amount of the total amount of the deductions that a mining operation would be able to take against subtract from their gross proceeds to get their net proceeds that would then be subject to the applicable net proceeds of minerals tax rate. And if I will try and catch myself, but you may hear me be saying NPM, because that's easier than saying net proceeds of minerals every time. And so another way then you look at this is the way the bill is actually drafted. And you'll see that at the top of page 3 of the bill draft request that's available to you. And so, we said that it reduces their deductions by 40%. How we statutorily implement that is you see that we say that you're only allowed to take 60% of the current statutory deductions that you see listed there in the section. And so they used to be paragraphs A through M. And so now to incorporate this in, you see paragraph A says that you can only get 60% of the amount of those deductions listed there. And then it's just worth noting, members of the committee, at the bottom of page 4, you'll see the new paragraph B, and this is relating to royalties. So the 60% provision does not apply to royalties. This is because royalty proceeds, the tax on those are paid at 5% and are actually paid by the royalty recipient. They're required to file a tax return and pay the tax due. And so if we didn't exclude them from this 60% provision, you would then potentially be double taxing the 40% that was in play. So that's basically subsection 1 and what it does. And then as was stated, what section 4 of the bill does is actually makes the provisions of section 1 applicable to the current calendar year 2020 business mining activity period, for which the taxes on calendar year 2020 will be paid in FY21. The return is due February 16th, and then the taxes are paid later at the end of that fiscal year after the certification is done. And it's probably worth noting, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that the provisions of this bill are similar to a bill, Assembly Bill 428 from the 2011 session. That bill would have capped the deductions at 40% of the amount versus the 60% that you see in this bill. So this is a measure that the legislature has had drafted and been for their consideration before. And then, as was noted, sections 2 and 5 of the bill basically remove the requirement for the additional estimated payment to be made on the general fund portion of the net proceeds of minerals tax beginning in FY 2001 for calendar year 2001 that were approved in SB 3 by this committee last night. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I think that is the comments that I wanted to make with regards to the provisions of the bill. If there are any questions, I can go for the bill or ask for the chairman's direction with regards to just proceed with the additional information in the table that I believe has been made available to the members of the committee, or pause here for questions on the bill.
I do have some questions, but I'll ask if they want to go now or wait until review of the document. So it sounds like they want to wait and allow you to get through that document before there are any questions. And
Okay,
I believe
thank you,
the document
Mr. Chairman.
that Mr. Gendon is referring to should be loaded on Nellis. Mr. Gendon, if I want to confirm that it is.
Okay, I will pause here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I believe it is uploaded. So if you'd like to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. Before proceeding with the table, I believe it's worth putting on the record that we were able to get this BDR out to the Department of Taxation for a fiscal note request, and they were able to respond back quickly to us that they have determined that the department can absorb the fiscal impact of implementing the provisions of this bill, Assembly Bill 4. And so I just wanted to be able to put that on the record, and the fiscal note will be getting prepared and will then become available online. So with that then, the table that was prepared to try and help the committee understand the bill as well as the estimated potential revenue. So what you have is a table that is put into 4 different tabular blocks of information. So table 1 at the top of the table is shows you basically the MPM tax structure in aggregate for all types of mining activity for calendar year 2019. This is the latest actual period that we have data for, and the Department of Taxation was nice enough to provide us by taxpayer information for calendar year 2019. So we could go through and try and do the analysis for the provisions of Assembly Bill 4 and estimate that what would have happened had these provisions been in place for calendar year 2019. Thus, you can see the first line of table 1 shows you the current statute data. And so that's the calendar year 19 actual data. So just to sort of maybe quickly walk across that line, and then in hopes that it would make it easier then to understand as we walk through the changes from the bill. So you have the gross proceeds reported again for all types of mining activity for calendar year 19 of approximately $7.6 billion. Their deductions were approximately $5.5 billion, resulting in net proceeds of $2.3 billion. So then what we do is you look at what's called the net to gross ratio. That was approximately 30.2%. And again, just to go through what mines do is they do this calculation at the individual mine level. And based on that net to gross ratio, that will play a role in determining the actual MPM tax rate that is applicable for that fiscal year's tax period. So then just to show you there, again, in aggregate, the average effective tax rate is 4.92%. Again, recalling that the constitutional limit for this tax is 5%. Thus, you see the way the Department of Taxation breaks it out is the local government tax rate portion. So it would have generated approximately $39 million in calendar year 2019. And that local government, that would include any property tax rate that's in the tax district in which the mining operation is located. So this would at a minimum be the county rate, but there could be a county or city rate. There could be other special district rates. It also includes the school district's operating and or any debt rate. And then it includes the state 17-cent debt rate as the combined property tax rate, excuse me. So then the local government rate, I'll apologize, is just the county rate and cities and towns and GID. Then you have the school district 75-cent rate. That would have been about 17.3 million. And then you have the state debt rate as a property tax rate, 3.9 million. And then the general fund rate portion was 53.3 million, for a total of approximately $113.6 million in net proceeds of minerals tax based on the calendar year 2019 actual reported data. So then if you go down to the next line, under the provisions of AB4, the actual deductions, as was stated, would be capped at 60% of the current statute deduction. So you can see what happens then is the deductions go down to approximately 3.3 billion. And then just to show you that, there's the deductions as a percent of current statute deductions, it goes to 60%. So then what that does is it raises the net proceeds. And you see the net to gross ratio going to approximately 58%. It raises the average effective tax rate slightly, and then you'll see the additional amounts of tax estimated there. But perhaps the easier way to look at that table 1 is shown in table 2. So that shows you the change in AB4 from the current statute as shown in table 1. So you can see the change in the deductions, the net proceeds, and then you see the change in tax. And so then you can see then, I'm concentrating here on the general fund portion as a state general fund person, that it would, had this been in place, it would generate approximately $46.4 million more for the state general fund in FY 2020 based on the calendar year 2019 tax period. Then table 3 just shows you in percent terms what would happen. And so then table 4 shows you what our estimate would be for FY 2021 based on the current calendar year 2020 tax period that we're in. So you can see in the shaded area in table 3 that the estimated increase, had it been in place in calendar year 2019, would have been approximately 87.2%. So applying that percent increase to the current budget and fiscal consensus estimate for FY21 based on our consensus estimate for calendar year 2020 would be the approximately $62.7 million. So increasing that by the 87.2%, you get the $117.4 million shown there at the last line under the AB4 description. And so then just to the right of that, we display then that delta or the increase would be approximately $54.7 million. And so then I think at this point, it's worth noting that, right, when we had discussed last night that the amount from the additional extra estimated payment based on calendar year 21 that would be paid in FY21 under SB3 was estimated to be approximately $54.5 million. So if this bill was passed, Assembly Bill 4, and as was stated, the provisions of SB3 would be suspended, then this would basically, you're standing in the same place for FY 2021 in terms of the amount of net proceeds of minerals money that would be expected for FY 21. This AB4, you can see it's approximately $200,000 higher. The distinction here is that the provisions of Assembly Bill 4 would generate the additional money going forward in perpetuity, whereas SB3 would, you'd get the additional payment in FY 2021, and then you'd go back to the estimated payments for a couple of years, and then when the sunset would occur, FY 2024 is what we would refer to as the whole year. It would be the year that you would not get an estimated payment. All you would get is true up payment. So I just thought it was worth comparing and contrasting the provisions of Assembly Bill 4 to SB3. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I think that was the information that I wanted to address in this table. If there are any questions or if you feel that I missed anything, please let me know and I can attempt to answer the questions or make corrections to my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ginton. We'll go to questions. Assemblyman Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not actually sure that Russell will be the proper one to answer this, but maybe. If not, maybe we can find someone else. I'm looking at Section 1, subsection 1, 3, subsection 12. which talks about the reclamation of the actual write-offs for the reclamation of the mines. As we all know, Mr. Chairman, a mine must come back by Nevada regulation and reclaim the land. So in other words, if they take a mountain down, they got to put the whole mountain back up, and it must be just as pristine as when they started, before they started. And that's a great thing here. So I'm just kind of wondering if our people that love our public lands are going to, and maybe Russell can answer this, don't you think that they'll actually start skimping on some of this, because now they can only write off 60%. So those lands will not come back to the pristine raked areas that they were before, and we're looking at maybe doing not such a good job on the reclamation because it becomes business. And I'm just wondering if anyone can answer that for me. How do we get past that type of thing?
And if I could, first of all, remind Mr. Wheeler, if we don't do first names on the floor.
Thank you.
And also, I think what you're asking, if I understand correctly, is are people going to stop following the law if this passes? And I don't know if Mr. Gendon or anybody is in a position to answer that question, but I certainly would allow Mr. Gendon, if he did have a response that was supported by his position as staff, to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think as your legislative staff, that's a very difficult question for me to answer as to what would be the potential effects of if this bill were implemented with regards to the behavior of the taxpayers that would be impacted by the changes.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to go to Assemblyman Roberts, and Assemblyman Ellison, if you have a question, I'll call you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question on the table document. And you may have said it, and I apologize if I missed it, but on table 4, you project some projections for 2021. And my question is, basically, how did you come to those projections? Is it based off previous income or proceeds? And then the second part would be, would there be any accountability to how this would impact startups? It's my understanding that the deductions on some of the smaller mines are really essential to get startups. And did we figure any of that, where some of the small mines may not even open or be there for 2021? And I don't know if you figured that in. Thank you.
Thank you. The methodology that was used was we had the actual calendar year 2019 data by taxpayer. So, and that's what's really shown in tables 1, 2, and 3 as to what, had it been in place, that's what would happen. So it's sort of that status quo analysis. And so then you can see that in table 3 that for the general fund portion, that would be approximately the 87.2% increase. So then that increase was applied to our current consensus estimate to generate what would be the additional revenue. So again, it would sort of be on that status quo assumption. You are correct in your statement that any tax change could affect the behavior of existing and or new operations, but it's very difficult to factor that in. We did have conversations about the Department of Taxation if they knew of any new mines that might be coming online or not. But again, it's difficult. So this is, could you call it a simple, straightforward analysis? Yes. But given the complexity and the nature of this tax, because of the net, and then as you can walk through the tax brackets and the tax rate changes that can occur at the local level, it's a pretty hard tax to estimate, even under current law, because of the volatility that's in it. But this is the analysis that was done. And so, no, we didn't explicitly account for all the things that you commented on, but they're implicitly in your mind when you're doing something like this.
Assemblyman Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not use any names. I'm glad you caught us on this because I might have said it by accident. But I sat on finance in 2011 when the chairman then was AB 428, heard all the testimony and in that committee. Thanks to the leadership of her, she did not pass that bill, saying it was not good policy. To this day, I don't think it's good policy.
And
A lot
Mr.
of people
Ellison,
don't realize
I'll
that
remind you
you
that
might
our
be-
rules also don't provide for referring to action taken in other committees.
Okay, thank you. But one of the things that does take place is that mines all over the world. It's not Nevada, just Nevada. The only problem we have is they got major strict regulations in the state of Nevada, and regulations that they have to deal with the state, the federal, and the county. So they probably get hit by more than anybody. And with these regulations, they can go out of the country in a minute and not have to abide by these laws and regulations and make a better profit, which I don't think they want to do that or never will do. But one of the things I would like to ask is, when you're looking at this, when you buy a haul pack costs millions of dollars. The only thing you could get these things is these special made tractors and trucks and haul packs that go up under the ground in these small areas. How that deduction's going to affect this kind of equipment? Could you answer that, please?
Again, I think as your legislative staff, I don't have the ability to answer the questions of how this may affect each individual taxpayer in terms of the decisions that they would make as a business. I apologize. That's just, I work for the Nevada Legislature. I never worked in the mining industry, so I don't have any ability to respond to those types of questions of how the taxpayers may react or the impact that it may have on them in that industry.
And I thank you for your honesty. And I actually thank everybody for their hard work. I just think this is an impact on one industry. If we're going to do that, we need to look at banks and everything else, and we're not. But I hope this committee will consider not passing this bill because of the regulations that's facing these people now and the amount of money that's charged. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is Assemblywoman Titus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ginden, for being here. Over the several sessions that I've worked with you, I have always been very impressed with how well you help us with these numbers, and they're always difficult, so thank you for that. And I know it's getting late, and this has been several days now of going over numbers. I need to have a clarification. Did you say that if this bill was passed during the special session, that we would then benefit from, we would have an additional $53 million if it passed now for the current budget crisis that we're in?
No, I apologize. First, thank you for the compliment. May not have stated it clearly enough, so I will go through it again because, as you stated with all the numbers, so this bill, as you can see in the lower right-hand corner of the table, is estimated that it would generate approximately $54.7 million more in FY21. But because this bill also takes away the additional accelerated estimated payment provisions of SB3, you would not get the additional payment. So if by passing AB4, you would pick up the $54.7 million, but you would lose the $54.5 million that we were estimating from the additional estimated payment for SB3. Thus, the net difference is only $200,000 between the two estimates for FY21.
All right, so we're trying to fill a budget shortfall, and if we pass this bill, the only thing that it will gain is for the immediate reason we're here, the proclamation because of a budget crisis, this bill will only gain us $200,000? Is that correct?
Yes, that the difference or the additional for this AB4 would be the 200,000.
Right, because
but AB4 would continue in perpetuity.
in the future, we may see some gain, but is that correct in the future? But the current budget crisis, which is why we were called in here, it would gain us $200,000.
That is correct.
Okay.
The additional difference
All right.
between the two would be $200,000
All right.
as estimated by staff.
So we'd still have to look at all the other holes that we have. All right, thank you for that. And then if I might, Mr. Chair, a couple other questions. Thank you. So we've heard a lot of different testimony and issues while we're here in different tax structures. We know this bill singles out a single industry. We certainly listen to bills that single out certain issues. We're a single subject mandate, so it's not a surprise that it's a single subject. Do you have any experience in other states that is this something they do in other states? Is this some history to this? Or is Nevada the only one that's looking at this type of a tax structure?
I think the answer that there are other states that have what are called severance taxes or taxes on the minerals. I'm not overly familiar with the structure of each of those, and but I wouldn't be surprised that there are other taxes that have tax on the net proceeds. To whether they do anything that with regards to capping the deductions, like the provisions of AB4 would do, I don't have the ability to comment on that tonight, Assemblywoman.
Right, thank you. And then if I might, Mr. Chair. So I'm also curious about how this interplays with what they are allowed to deduct from a federal allowable deductions. And specifically, I'm looking at the healthcare premiums under section 1, I believe, and then that's down to number 6, and then down to number 3, and then that's number 7 on the bill on our table on page 4. And we know with the Affordable Care Act and what's going on in our healthcare in this day, we want employees to be covered. We know that this particular industry is an incredible high-risk industry with injuries and risks that they take, and their premiums are very, very high to cover these folks. This industry covers all the costs for hospital insurance premium for these employees and actually gives them a prorated rate for families. And I wonder, if the industry doesn't get to deduct that under this, has there been any, I know we got a fiscal statement from our tax folks about that, but I'm just curious about what impact that would have. Any idea on how many folks they actually have insurance and the impact to those employees that now will they still be mandated to cover the insurance for these folks, or will we have a huge population of very risk employees not now covered? And so I don't know that you can answer that question, but I'm wondering if there's somebody here from either mining or in health insurance or something that can explain that to me, if they'd still cover that. And perhaps how many employees are affected?
And I'll simply state that Mr. Ginnen works for the Legislative Council Bureau. I would imagine that there'll be folks here offering testimony and support in opposition who may very well be able to answer any questions that are industry specific.
Right. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very concerned about it. And I appreciate that, Mr. Ginnen, that what your scope is. So just has to be a question about insurance and the impact. And thank you for that. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I feel compelled. I think there was a statement made about other jurisdictions that have a specific tax rate for mining. This body today, this legislative session, we did not create a set of statutory structures for mining. That was already in existence. So Nevada was already treating mining in a different way. And so I just don't want the public to believe that this bill is proposing to do something different than adjust the tax rate based on a definition of what net proceeds is. So that I'll go to Assemblywoman Tolles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Inden, for being willing to answer our questions. I know it's difficult, and I, given the complexity of this and having only had very, very little time to actually look at it, I wish I had better formulated questions for you, but I was looking back at prior testimony to when these issues have been discussed before, and I wondered if you could just help explain a little bit more, going back to some testimony in 2011. Speaking of the speculative nature of the value of minerals in the ground, the tax is applied only if the mineral is extracted. Based on that calculation, that simply takes the ultimate sales price and subtracts the cost. Anyway, there was a lot of questions about the speculative nature of formulating these estimates. And so I wondered if you could speak a little bit more to that.
Okay, let me see if I can answer your question, and you can let me know. Yes, due to the statutory structure of tax being a net tax, but also that based on the net to gross ratio can establish the tax rate, and then that the general fund portion is dependent upon the amount of the tax rate over the property tax rate. It's historically has been a sort of tax that has volatility to it that then makes it hard to forecast. And as I think you stated or alluding to from the testimony from 2011 or any period that there would be, that you're trying to estimate the gold prices, the amount of production that would occur so to get the gross proceeds, and then estimate what their deductions may be to get to a net to gross ratio. So that's the forecasting process that's used by your fiscal staff, as well as staff from the Department of Taxation and the staff from the budget office, because we have to prepare forecasts for the general fund portion of this and present them to the technical advisory committee to the economic forum and the economic forum. So yes, it is a tax that has some complexity to it, which then makes it difficult to forecast. But we still have to do estimates for it and do our best, and then put numbers on the sheets, and then wait to see how close we get to when the actual event has occurred to see whether we did well or we did not do well. So that may or may not have answered your question. So please let me know, and I can attempt to do better the second time.
It definitely speaks to, again, the complexity of this particular industry-specific tax, and the complexity of those calculations with those deductions. So thank you. I appreciate the response, and I'll dig in a little bit deeper. But again,
Thank you. And Mr. Ginnan, I want to ask a clarifying question. You were asked earlier about the difference between what the state would bring in now versus under SB 3, and there was a $200,000 figure. My understanding of that answer wasn't that it would bring in only $200,000 for the first time, but it would bring in the exact same amount as SB 3 plus an additional $200,000. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. That the difference between the AB4 estimate that you see in the table and the SB3 estimate is the 200,000. So I think the better way to say it is that if you passed AB4, which takes away the SB3, you're no worse off than you are now, and you're slightly better off under AB4 than you would be under SB3 for FY21.
Thank you. And then subsequent, moving forward, is where the additional delta that you describe in the chart would apply, and that's the 50-some odd million more. Is that annually moving forward?
Yes, it would be somewhere probably in that $50 to $60 million range moving forward, again, depending, as has already been discussed, what's going on in the mining industry. And I apologize, Mr. Chairman, you can see it in the table, but I don't do it in Table 4. But besides the state general fund getting that additional money going forward in the future fiscal years, the local governments, as well as the 75-cent school rate and the state debt rate, would also get whatever the estimated delta would be. I just didn't provide the additional estimate for those three pieces because I just don't have the ability to really estimate the local portions because, again, it's more of a local thing that they do their estimates to build their budgets on. And but again, I think it was worth noting that besides the state general fund, that those other entities that have property tax rates will get other money. And I didn't want that to be misleading just because I don't show anything in table 4 that they wouldn't be getting additional money and it would only be the general fund. Those entities would also continue to get extra money going forward.
Thank you. And I think you just clarified that means that even though the figures aren't there in the table, it would be fair to say that all of those categories would be increased if this passed moving forward.
Yes, if you want to have some idea, if you look at table 3, you can see the percent increase there. So again, under this sort of status quo static assumption, they would get something like that as the additional increase in their revenues also for anybody that has a property tax rate that would attach to the net proceeds of minimum.
Thank you. I will now call on Assemblywoman Neal. And just so Assemblyman Kramer is aware, did he have a remaining question or did we already get it resolved? I'll if you want to make your way, I'll call on Assemblywoman Neal first and then Assemblyman Kramer.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Gindin, I know that you just mentioned that you really couldn't calculate the local rate, but in terms of the school rate, that's a separate rate, right? Correct? When you like break it down, the application of the tax?
Well, what would happen is that what I'm referring to is when I talk about the property tax rate, that's the combined rate. And again, it would be composed of a county rate, could be a city or town rate, a GID or a special district rate. It would have this, that combined property tax rate would include the school's 75-cent rate plus if the school has a debt rate. And then it would include the state 17-cent rate. So that would be the rate that would apply to the net proceeds. And then everybody would get additional money from their rate based on the provisions of AB4.
So my question is on the 75-cent rate that would go to the schools, what is the amount that would go to the schools on the 75 cents?
Well, I don't have the estimate there, but if you can look up at table 2, the increase for had it been in place in calendar year 2019, it would have been approximately $15.6 million more. So it would be some delta or additional revenue in that order of magnitude going forward. It could be more, it could be less, obviously, depending on what happens to the net proceeds in a year, as well as the calculations that go on to get to that net proceed amount. So that's probably the best I can do for you tonight. That it would be, and that would be statewide. So then, obviously, that $15.6 million would have gone out across the 17 different school districts based on the net proceeds in their county.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Chair, can I have one more question?
Please proceed.
So, Mr. Gindin, I know that this is out there, and this is something that I discussed probably back in 2011. So, can you speak to, mining has a reciprocal relationship with the economy, but can you talk to, even though it having a reciprocal relationship to the economy, meaning like when the economy is doing good, mining is not doing well, but can you still talk to us about the benefits of adjusting this deduction, well, not the deduction, but the rate to max out?
I'm not sure I follow, because you're correct in saying that, yes, gold tends to be counter-cyclical to the economy. Is when there's a downturn as a precious metal, then people tend to hedge with the gold. But with regards to, I'm not sure I then followed the second part of that.
So, because, okay, so let me clarify. So what I'm saying is that we've spent a long time on the same rate, and although it's a reciprocal relationship, the state will still get a benefit by adjusting the rate, even though it's countercyclical.
Well, I think what's important to note here is that we're not changing the rate, we're changing the amount of their deductions. So by lowering the amount of deductions that they can take, we increase their amount of net proceeds. Thus, what we're doing is increasing the tax base to which the rate would apply. Because again, the constitutional provisions cap the rate at 5%. And so then the way the tax works for everybody but geothermal is that you look at where they're supposed to be in the tax rate table that's in Chapter 362, and given that rate, then the difference between that rate and the combined property tax rate would be the general fund portion. So the rate can vary potentially year to year, but it is capped at 5%.
Okay.
Assemblywoman, did you have any follow-up?
No, that was it. Sorry. Thanks for the indulgence.
Thank you. Assemblyman Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions. The first one deals with the same subject that the Assemblyman from District 14 asked us, how this affects the different mines, small mines, medium mines, big mines in Nevada. And, you know, I've looked at on my handheld phone, I've looked at the Red Book, and I've gone through the different mines that are there, and it shows their gross, it shows how much the deduction is for each mine in the state. So my question is, Mr. Gendon, have you taken that spreadsheet from the Red Book and gone to the ones where you subtract the two and then calculate the tax? And with this difference, how many of them would the tax be at the point that the tax is more than the gross altogether, which would put them in a negative position, which tells me that they probably wouldn't be in business anymore. So out of the 100 or so mines that are out there, I don't have a spreadsheet available. I'm just wondering if you're an analysis, you did that. Secondly, according to that, second question, and this is maybe perhaps more policy, but you still might know the answer. If we were to change the modified business tax and somebody had been in business for 6 months and setting money aside for that modified business tax, and we change it, that's fine. But when you change it retroactive to the first of the year, it kind of messes with your books. So the way we're discussing this, based on the 2019 numbers, we'd be generating an extra 99 million or whatever it was. I'm sorry, 99 million for the year. So an additional 47, something like that, $1 million. I'm missing the number exactly, but it almost doubled. And yet we're in July 15th, or 16th. So does that increase for this year? Is it the new rate for the rest of the year and the old rate for the past 7.5 months? And thus is that increase less? I don't see how the retroactive plays into this, and I'd like you to comment on those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Assemblyman. Yeah, for the record, Russell Gittenden. To try and answer your first question is, no, we didn't explicitly go through and do the sort of looking at the thing that you had stated that would each mine. We did go through it by mine, but then we did not go through and look at that detail. I would be surprised that if they had gross and then they get to deduct the 60% of their proceeds, then take that times the tax rate, that we would end up in a position where their taxes would be greater than their gross. But that's an interesting observation, and probably, if I can find the time, may go look at that. But we had not at this point in time, Assemblyman. With regards to the second question, you're correct that the provisions of this bill would apply to calendar year 2020, which we are a little more than halfway through. And But then what would happen is the mines will file their tax return on February 16, 2021 for the calendar year 2020 tax period. And then the tax rates that are in place at that point in time, they'll go through the statutory provisions for determining the tax rate and pay the tax due based on their net proceeds calculated based on this bill. So they would come in on February 16th, report their gross proceeds for calendar year 2020, then write down their deductions that are allowed, as you see here in the provisions in the law. And then they'd only be allowed to take 60% of that as their deductions. They would then subtract that amount from their gross proceeds to get their net. Then the applicable MPM tax rate would be applied to that net to determine their tax bill for a calendar year 2020 that would be paid in FY 2021. So I don't know if that exactly got at your question, but that's how, in a sense, the term you're using, the retroactivity, would apply, since it's applying to the current calendar year, even though we're sitting here on July 16th.
Revenue hike. Mic's on.
Go ahead. It wasn't. They just turned it
thank
on remotely, but go ahead and finish.
Okay.
Re-ask your question.
The question then is this, whether you call it a tax hike, whether you call it a change in deductions, it increases the revenue from the mines, it changes their operating position retroactively. That's the bottom line, isn't it?
That's correct. The features of this have a retroactive nature because they would apply back to January 1st of this calendar year, even though we're sitting here in July 16th.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you, Speaker. Good evening, Mr. Gideon. I had a kind of two different questions, and I will follow my colleague from the north, is with respect to looking at making payments next year. If we did not invalidate SB 3, and I'm not sure if that's a proper word to use, maybe revoke it through this evening, next year when the mines would be paying their taxes, not only would they be paying their taxes for calendar year 2020 and fiscal year 2021 for us, but they would also be making prepayments on that estimated up to 90% or around that 90% sum. Isn't that accurate? So they're going to be paying a lot. We're going to be paying a lot under SB 3, how it's currently written. Is that my understanding?
Sorry, I was talking to myself, so and the computer reminded me of that. So I've unmuted. So you're correct that SB 3 would require them to make the payment of based on calendar year 2020 and FY21, and then the estimated payment. So based on our estimates, that would be approximately the $62.7 million that they would pay in FY21 based on calendar year 2020. And then our estimate would be for that under SB 3, they would pay the additional $54.5 million based on their estimate for calendar year 21. So it would be those two added together, which would be the expected net proceeds of minerals for the general fund for FY21. Under this bill, it would be the $117.4 million because, as you stated, the SB 3 provisions are repealed if AB4, and so you wouldn't have that extra payment. You'd only have the payment based on calendar year 20 paid in FY21, and that would be at the bottom of the table there, the $117.4 million based on our estimate.
Thank you, Mr. Gideon. And that kind of segues into my next question, because my other colleague from the North had basically pointed out the difference between the amount that would be paid as compared to the prepayment of being $200,000. But I kind of wanted to walk through. I know our leader had kind of highlighted bigger on a policy, but I kind of just wanted to look at those numbers if we did set aside SB 3, kind of keeping SB3 and path along, comparing this. And for me, couldn't do all the forecasting. I know it's been a challenge for our wonderful fiscal staff with respect to forecasting what the revenue would be. But just for easy math purposes, if we were looking at a prepayment under SB3, and with respect to the increase that we're proposing here by reducing the percentage of deductions, and I was just kind of walking through that, starting with calendar year 2020, when a tax would be due in our fiscal year 2021. And the difference would be about, your forecast is about 55 million. But if we just did an easy 50 million for purposes of calculating, and that happened also in fiscal year 2022, fiscal year 2023, that would be an additional $100 million, approximately, more so than under the prepayment structure under SB3. The problem with SB3 is in fiscal year 2024, we wouldn't receive anything because everything would go back to normal and the prepayment already had happened in the prior fiscal year. And so we wouldn't have that 100 million revenue. So when you're comparing the two, the difference between that is really $200 million, if not more, than just minimizing it to the 200,000. Is that kind of an accurate statement of just looking at that to fiscal year 2024 with respect to just the general fund? Because SB3 was just limited to that general fund.
Yes, I believe your logic is correct. As to all the numbers, I'd have to sit down here and try and write it, but you are correct with regards to the provisions of SB3 would generate the additional money in FY21 because of the estimated payment. And then you'd get the estimated payments in FY22 and FY23. And then as you stated, in FY24, as I stated, it's what we call sort of the whole year. It's not that you won't get anything. You could get something because they're going to have to true up against their estimate paid in FY23 for calendar 23. But you don't know. It could be plus or negative depending on the under or overestimation. And then in FY25, you would go back to getting money. So then comparing that to AB4, you would not go through that phenomenon. You would get the additional money in FY21, and then you'd have the additional money, the delta going forward in FY22, 23, 24, 25, and so forth until this law were changed. And so you, depending on the time period that you want to pick, then yes, you could take the delta or the increment for those years and add up and say, that's how much more NPM you would have gotten for that time period due to the passage of AB4 compared to SB3.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gideon.
Assemblyman Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to tie together a couple things that you had said. One is that you're using a static method to figure out all the calculations, which means we wouldn't really be changing anything as far as production and profits and so forth. But you also noted that it is possible that some of the smaller mines might either close or never be opened. And I think that there's a possibility that the medium mines would actually be laying folks off, and the other larger mines probably would not change in the positive direction. And if that's the case, and we're trying to acquire effectively $200,000 additional dollars, if the mines don't produce as much, then we actually lose revenues at the state level and at the local level. And by my calculations, that would be about a day of production. So are we really that close of just losing a day of production and thus losing the $200,000 gain? And then on the second day, we actually end up with fewer tax revenues for the state, for the locals, for the education system. Is that the way that it would work?
Yes, I mean, these are difficult questions to answer. It's a forecast. right? So I'm guessing at what will happen. It's quite possible that the $62.7 million is a consensus estimate under current law could be off. And thus, by extrapolating that out, the estimate's off. Our estimate could have over or underestimated the gold price and thus overestimated the production and overestimated or underestimated the deductions. It's an estimate. And so you do the best that you can when you do the analysis, and then you put it on the sheets, and then you try and monitor what actually occurs, and to the extent that's required or necessary, you make adjustments. It's no more than when we do estimates for the Economic Forum based on what we believe was going to happen in the economy for the next 2.5 to 3 years for sales tax, gaming, MBT, all those. And you hope that you get correct, but being that it's a forecast, you know it's wrong as soon as you make the forecast. You just wait to see how close or wrong you are when you do forecast.
And God love you.
And I know that's probably not the answer you're looking for, but that's the uncertain nature of doing forecasting for a living.
And God love you for putting that all together, because I know it is very challenging. I just wanted to make it, I just wanted to be sure that we could lose more than the 200,000 we're looking to gain if even the market goes down for a week, 2 weeks, and nobody knows what's going to be coming in the future. So God love you for figuring all that out. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Remaining questions? Assemblyman Levitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we've been doing a few comparisons with SB 3 in this current legislation, SB 3 had a Mr. Ginnan, the SB 3 had a sunset, right? It ended, I believe it was 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct, that it had a June 30, 2023 sunset, such that calendar year 23 would be the last calendar year for which an estimated payment would be made and paid in FY 2023.
And so that was to help us get through the current fiscal crisis that we're in, as the proclamation states. Does this legislation have the similar sunset clause in it, or does it extend in perpetuity?
AB4 does not have any sunset provisions on it. It would extend in perpetuity until the legislature so chose to amend it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ginnan. I want to follow up on Assemblyman Levitt's question just for some clarification. Assemblywoman Backus understands spreadsheets far more than I do. But my question was, since there are questions, at least from a couple of members, that this is only $200,000, and that this is supposed to be about dealing with the current crisis, what would the impact be with a combination of SB3 and AB4 for this upcoming year? I think that it's clear in subsequent years what the delta would be or the increase in revenue. But for this upcoming year, if we did not change SB3 and went forward with SB3 and AB4, what would that result be?
I'm just, whoops. Sorry, I had to make sure I was unmuted before I talked to myself again. If you left SB3 provisions in place such that AB4 was approved and then SB3 provisions stayed in place, they would have to make the additional estimated payment based on calendar year 21 and FY 21, and then the reduction in the deductions would occur. So my quick math on my calculator would be is that our estimate for the additional estimated payment is the $54.5 million. So increasing that by the 87% would be somewhere around $47 to $48 million on top of that $54.5 million. So So that would be a total like of 102 million that would be paid for that estimated payment, plus the 117.4 that you see here under AB4. So that would be somewhere around $219.4 million in total revenue. And that would not necessarily be the delta, right? You would subtract that from the 62.7. And so I don't know if that sufficiently answered your question, Mr. Chairman, or not.
Well, I mean, this is soft math for me, but approximately twice as much if we go forward with both for this upcoming fiscal year.
Yes, approximately. You'd get approximately the 54.7 million plus the 47 million. So that's, I think, fairly close to $100 million, and even in my estimating, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ginden, thank you for being here. I'm trying to understand the constitutional requirement is that the tax be levied on the net, which is a defined term, meaning the gross minus the expenses. With this bill, are we manipulating that term? We're manipulating the gross to a different net? I'm just wondering, how are we getting around that? The constitutional requirement that net is defined as gross minus expenses.
That may be a question that may require someone from the legal division, but I can tell you from as fiscal division staff that yes, you're correct. The concept of the net is gross minus something, and so that's what this does in terms of it, but it's just changing the amount that is allowed to be subtracted from gross to get to net. So it's still a net tax, in which the Constitution says it has to be. It's just you're changing the net. And so just for historical reference, in the 2011 session, the legislature made the decision to amend some of the deductions that the industry would be allowed to take it. And then in 2015, the legislature decided to give some of those deductions back. So the legislature has historically decided to make changes to the deductions, which would then be used to subtract from the gross to get to the net concept. But I see we have Kevin Powers as general counsel, so if he has a statement that he would like to put on the record to answer your question, Assemblywoman, I will defer to Mr. Powers.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow-up.
And that would be great if he's available, or let me ask this and see if it gets me more clarity. So what you just said, we essentially are, with this legislation, we are changing, I say a formula, but we're changing the percentage of the depreciation which impacts the net. So in my mind, I feel like we're stepping over some of that constitutional requirement. Perhaps we need Mr. Powers on this. Are we saying that the legislature has the ability to change the depreciation schedule? I know you said categories, but the actual formula of depreciation from 100% to 40% or 60%, and that's somehow manipulating what net is now defined as, because that greatly affects the gross to the net.
Mr. Chair, Kevin Powers, if you'd like me to address that question.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal Division. For the record, in order to understand the term net proceeds, you have to understand the historical development of the taxation of mining in Nevada. So with the chair's and the committee's indulgence, I'll go start with a historical background leading into the final answer of the question. The term net proceeds is used in the Constitution right now in Article 10, Section 5. However, from the inception of the Constitution in 1864, either the term proceeds or the term net proceeds has been used in the Constitution. However, it has never been defined in the Constitution. When a term isn't defined in the Constitution, it's either generally given its plain and ordinary meaning, and when that has not an effect that the legislature can effectively implement by statute, then the legislature has the power by statute to give greater meaning to that term when its ordinary and common meaning doesn't provide effective way to carry out that taxation. Now, in the original 1864 Constitution, the term proceeds was used. The original first session of the legislature in 1865 created a system of taxation based on net proceeds, using that term in the Constitution, proceeds, and the legislature created a flat deduction amount of $20 per ton of ore extracted from the earth. And that started the system of using a net proceeds method where the legislature determined what is a reasonable amount for the mining operation to deduct in order to arrive at net proceeds. And so over time, the courts have deferred to the legislature's determination by statute how net proceeds are determined and which deductions are allowed. However, the courts have also stated that if the legislature were to remove deductions or reduce reductions in a way that was manifestly or grossly unjust, that could potentially violate the Constitution. It is so long as the legislature enacts reasonable deductions that the mining company can take against their gross yield to achieve net proceeds, then generally the courts will defer to the legislative determination. So that takes us back to Article 10, Section 5 as it stands now. It says that the legislature shall levy a tax upon the next proceeds, but the Constitution does not define the term net proceeds. It should be noted when the current Article 10, Section 5 was first proposed in the legislature in 1987, as introduced, Senate Joint Resolution 22 actually had a definition of net proceeds. Throughout the legislative process in 1987, that resolution was amended and the definition of net proceeds was removed, thereby leaving it to the discretion of the legislature how to reasonably and properly define net proceeds by statute. So with that history behind us and the term net proceeds developed through that statutory history, it's the opinion of this office that the legislature by statute may define the term net proceeds and allow reasonable deductions and determine the level of deductions, and the legislature's statutory definitions and determinations will be entitled to deference, and they will be upheld unless they are manifestly or grossly unjust or unreasonable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm certainly open for any other questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Mr. Chairman, can I quickly follow up just to that?
Sure, follow up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Powers, for clarifying, or trying to anyway, a very, very complicated process. And for the record, I misspoke. I was talking about deductions, not depreciation. And so I appreciate Mr. Powers' brief overview of a very complex system of accounting and statutory and constitutional matters. This coming to us kind of short of notice, it's been a lot to try to digest, and appreciate the opportunity to ask these questions.
Further questions? Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Chair, for the questions. So, Mr. Gindin, and I know you might not particularly have this in front of you, but part of me thinks you might potentially have this information already committed to memory. But I'm looking at the publication from the Tax Department from June 20th of this year for the 2018-19 the bulletin on the net proceeds. But the information is kind of more just a reference to the empirical information that's gathered there. We've heard some mention on the record talking about kind of the speculative of this industry, the fragile nature of this industry. But as I look back, on page 7 of the annual net proceeds of tax and revenue, if we look at the annual net proceeds, but then we also gross, except for a couple of handful of exceptions, year after year, year over year, the gross that the industry pulls in increases. And we see that in graphs and we see that in charts. We see that in 48 years of history that I can just one document around here. So does the evidence support an industry who year after year has growth and has growth in income? Is that is fragile or speculative the correct adjective to describe that kind of industry? Or I should say, I would not use the word fragile or speculative to imply that kind of industry. Is there anything in this data that would suggest? Am I on mute? Oh, crud.
We can hear you, Assemblywoman. Was a question for
Sorry,
Mr. Powers or
that's a
Mr. Ginden?
difficult question.
No, I'm sorry, for Mr. Ginden. I thought we were going back to questions for Mr. Ginden, but I'm happy to hear Mr. Powers opine.
Mr. Ginden?
Okay, thank you. That's a good question, but a difficult one to answer, Assemblywoman. Because as an industry,
I'll make it more factual because I realize that as nonpartisan staff, and I don't want the data to be tainted one way or the other. So as I look back at the history of the past 48 years, am I incorrect when I state that there have been really no more than 8 times in which the industry has not increased their gross year after year?
Yes, that's what the chart shows. But what I would have to caveat my response by is that, well, is that growth due to new mines coming online, or that's growth due to the existing mines and or mines falling off? So you'd have to get into the data to be able to look to see what's driving that growth, to have a better understanding of what's going on in the industry. But just like any industry, they conduct business to extract a mineral out of the ground. So that's perhaps a different industry than others, but they attempt to conduct business based on the price that they can get for their product and the cost to get it out, and hopefully generating a profit. And just like any business, some years they may, some years they're not. But you're correct that the data that is reported by the Department of Taxation shows that generally the industry has been increasing in terms of the gross proceeds and the net proceeds. But again, without further detailed analysis, it'd be hard to respond.
And I do want to follow up, just once again referring to our own Department of Taxation's most recent publication, that it's not just the gross, but it's also the net. So even after they take those deductions, so I don't see anything here in 50 years of history that implicates that we have, that there hasn't been anything but growth and or substantial growth. Where we saw the biggest change in the industry, according to the data, of course, was, the difference between 2012 and 2013. But besides that one change in gross and net, it went flat again, essentially flat in 2013 and 2014, and then has started another upward trend. With this economy, it's probably going to continue upward. But I think unless the data is telling, unless there's something in the data that I'm missing, empirically, it just shows growth across the board for as far back as, 1971, this data. But is there anything substantially different in this data that I'm trying to figure out how to make that a question?
No, I think what it is that you may be answering your own question because of your looking at the data. and drawing the conclusion of what the data shows with regards to the behavior of the industry over the time frame reflected in the chart that you're looking at?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, this would be for Mr. Powers, and it was based off of his constitutional class on mining. My question was, you mentioned that deductions could be reasonable, that the Constitution says that they should be reasonable, and the legislature should set it, unless they're manifestly or grossly unjust. And so, how is that defined? Like, so for instance, in this, although it's a 40% reduction, it is an increase of almost 90% on the taxes that they pay. How is that scale determined, and who would determine if it's unjust or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, again, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal Division. The standard of taxation of the net proceeds violates the Constitution was established by the Nevada Supreme Court based on the language of the Constitution and the general authority for the legislature over taxation. So the Nevada Supreme Court refers to the legislature if they're acting in a reasonable manner and will interfere with the legislature's decision with regard to what deductions to allow if those deductions result in a manifestly or grossly unjust rate of deductions or taxation. So it's the Nevada Supreme Court who developed that standard, and the standard evolved from the fact that some agency of government has to establish a method for determining those net proceeds. Well, the legislature is that branch of government through law and by statute to develop which deductions are allowed and which deductions are not allowed. And as an example, and the reason I initially brought up the 1865 law, the first law on net proceeds, is that there were no individualized deductions in that law. It was a straight $20 per ton deduction, regardless of what the overall expenses were, regardless of whether one type of mining had more expenses and another type of mining had fewer expenses. The point is, the court, in analyzing that $20 per ton deduction as a deduction from gross to net, felt that it was within the realm of the legislature to determine that that was reasonable. The court didn't find it grossly or manifestly unjust, and therefore the court upheld that type of net proceeds assessment, which was a flat rate. So turning back then to your question and this legislation, although the legislation adjusts the level of deductions that each mining operation may take, the court will determine whether or not that was manifestly or grossly unjust. However, it's the opinion of this office that it's not manifestly or grossly unjust because it's within a reasonable range that the legislature determined is a fair way to determine the gross to the net proceeds and what's an appropriate taxable amount. And that brings me to another last point that keeps coming up in some of the conversation with regard to net proceeds. In Article 10, Section 1 of the Constitution, there's a clause that provides that there has to be a uniform and equal rate of taxation and assessment. However, that provision does not apply the net proceeds tax, because Article 10, Section 1 has a specific exception that says uniform and equal clause applies to all property taxation except for mines and mining claims, which can only be assessed and taxed as in Article 10, Section 5. And that is why mining by the Constitution itself is treated differently from all other types of taxation in the Constitution and in statute, because mining has a separate provision for taxation in Article 10, Section 5. And that is why the standards applied to mining are different than the standards applies to other type of industries and other types of taxation. Finally, to conclude in response to the Assemblyman's question, so it is the Nevada Supreme Court would ultimately determine whether the legislature has exceeded its constitutionally charge discretion to determine a reasonable level of deductions and determine a reasonable formula for assessing the net proceeds. And again, you have to look at a potential range. Obviously, if the legislature eliminated all deductions, then you no longer have a net proceeds tax, and that would be manifestly and grossly unjust. But when you move away from that and the legislature starts determining what the reasonable amount of deductions are, there's a lot of flexibility in the legislature, and there's generally a great amount of deference from the Nevada Supreme Court to the legislature's determination. However, it is possible for the legislature to reduce deductions to a certain level, and that they're so small that a court would conclude that it's grossly or manifestly unjust. However, where that level is has never been determined because the Nevada Supreme Court has never overturned the legislature's determination of what a proper method is for determining net proceeds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Assemblywoman, I believe Tolles had a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just go back to what was just said and make sure that I heard you correctly. So to remove all those deductions, 100% would be grossly unjust and unconstitutional. Is that what I heard you say?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Kevin Powers for the record. That is correct. Term in the Constitution is net proceeds. If you removed all the deductions, you'd be taxing the gross yield. So you would give no meaning to the term net proceeds. And net proceeds has a general meaning in the business setting, but it has a specific meaning in the taxation of mine setting. So the legislature, because it's a technical term, has greater discretion in determining what net proceeds means. However, there has to be some deduction between gross to net in order for it to be constitutional. If there were no deductions, it would be a tax on gross proceeds or gross yields, and that would be constitutional.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of follow-ups for clarity's sake.
Follow-up.
Thank you. So in the past, I know that we have removed the deduction for health insurance, but have we removed the deductions for any of these other line items here? And the reason I ask is because when I asked earlier about the speculative nature, it was specific to some of these deductions that I don't know that we have addressed in the past outside of health insurance. And the speculative nature has to do with things like extracting the mineral and then the transportation and the cost of the reductions, the refining, the sale. Those kinds of estimations are somewhat speculative in nature, which is why we haven't addressed those in the past. But the most simple question that I have for you is, have we removed these deductions outside of the health insurance deduction in the past?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Kevin Powers, LCB Legal Division, General Counsel. What I can tell you in general sense is that from the inception of the Constitution in 1864 through the early 1900s, itemized deductions were not that typical for the net proceeds of tax. Instead of itemized deductions like you see now, it was generally a flat rate per ton or per other measurement for the deductions. It was a flat rate, not itemized. After the Constitution was amended in the early 1900s, the legislature moved more towards an itemized deduction method of determining net proceeds. And the list of deductions in the statute has varied over time over the last 100 years. I can't tell you specifically now, exactly which deductions were added and which deductions were removed at a particular time, but the legislature over time has adjusted those deductions. I believe at one point early on in the itemized deduction list, it was a fairly limited list where it was the cost of extraction, transportation, and reduction or smelting of the ore. So that was a very narrow list. Eventually, the list started to expand to cover other items of the business operation that mining was allowed to deduct. And obviously now we have a considerable list of deductions. However, once again, I believe this office believes that that's within the discretion of the legislature to determine what are appropriate, reasonable deductions from the gross yield to achieve net proceeds. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I could do a follow-up.
Oh, was that Mr. Ellison?
Yes, sir.
Sure, Mr. Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. Listening to your comments just now, based on two of my colleagues, it seems to me that it's all right for 90%, but not for 100%. But it seemed like to me, you're already determined, and maybe I'm wrong, and forgive me if I am, but it seemed like to me that you already know that this is going to be challenged to go to court. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, again, Kevin Powers, LCB Legal Division General Counsel. To answer the Assemblyman's question, every piece of legislation is potentially subject to challenge. Therefore, as part of the drafting process, LCB Legal analyzes each piece of legislation to determine whether or not it's more likely than not to be constitutionally defensible. We make that initial analysis for every piece of legislation, this piece of legislation or any other piece of legislation. Based on our interpretation of the existing case law in Nevada, we believe that this legislation is more likely than not constitutional, is therefore constitutionally defensible. But we don't approach this legislation. This is not us preparing for litigation. This is us providing the Assembly and the other House, when necessary, with a legal opinion on whether we think this is constitutionally defensible. But we do that with every piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And then follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
So can you determine, at 50%, 60% is one thing, but 90% is another, and there's already been a press release of how much money that the state's going to gather by this. Somebody just sent that to me just a minute ago. But is 90% correct, or to you that's not a problem, or you don't make policy, but you're just following policy? But at 90%, that's correct. That's pretty radical, don't you think? And if you can answer that, I'll back out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for the record, Kevin Powers, LCB Legal Division General Counsel. I would need more information about your 90% term. What the bill does is cap deductions at 60% of their existing level, so that the mining industry is still entitled to each of the itemized deductions, but they cannot exceed 60% of the amount. How that affects revenue is a different matter from whether or not creating that 60% cap creates a fair net proceeds tax as far as deductions. How much additional revenue creates versus how much revenue is being brought in now is not a factor the court most likely will look at. It will look at whether the 60% cap on the amount of each itemized deduction is reasonable, or whether it's manifestly unjust or unfair. The court won't necessarily look at how much additional revenue is or is not generated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right. Seeing none, I will now open the queue and invite those wishing to provide testimony in support. We will provide an 45-minute period for support, 2 minutes per person, and similar for opposition. And so with that, I will invite folks that have called in that wish to offer testimony and support.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will begin with testimony in support of the bill. Callers, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. We will take callers in order and begin with caller with the last 3 digits of 486. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may begin.
Hi, good evening. Alexander Marks, ALEXANDERMARKS, Nevada State Education Association. Speaking in support of AB4, I'll keep it simple. It's a good bill, and you should pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will go on to the next caller with the last 3 digits of 130. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may begin.
Good evening. Christine Saunders, that's CHRISTINESAUNDERS. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada in strong support of Assembly Bill 4. For the past 2 decades, PLAN has been calling on this body to hold the mining industry accountable. Under these unprecedented circumstances caused by a global pandemic, it is clear that we must call on those who profit off our land to step up and pay their fair share. For the past week, we have heard testimony after testimony in opposition to the disastrous cuts that would harm children, working families, and the most vulnerable Nevadans. You've also heard over and over that the state needs to take real action on revenue reform. I want to thank the Assembly for listening to the concerns of your constituents to take bold action and reform mining's deductions instead of simply balancing the budget on the backs of our communities. While many of us suffered the economic impacts of COVID-19, mining corporations have not suffered the same. In fact, the price of gold has soared to its highest point since 2011. Nevadans are counting on you to take action, and I urge you to listen to them. It's time for long-term solutions that set Nevada's revenue system on the right track. It's time to make mining pay their fair share, and I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll take the next caller with the last 3 digits of 438. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
For the record, my name is Jim Frazee, JIMFRAZEE. I'm a classroom teacher in Clark County. I also have the honor of being the Vice President of CCEA, representing professionals that educate 72% of Nevada's children. Mr. Speaker, I am speaking in favor of AB4. This is a bill whose time has come. I welcome the money that would be used to mitigate some of the cuts to education, but it does not go nearly far enough. For over 150 years, the mining industry in Nevada has received a special status that very few industries in the history of capitalism have achieved. It is time that the children of Nevada achieve the same status that some politicians have given to rocks. It is time that we make the untouchable budget items education and healthcare and not mining. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate all your hard work and this Herculean effort. It just goes to prove that we can no longer meet the basic needs of our state with the current tax structure. We need new revenue to properly fund public education. We need to rebuild and broaden Nevada's economy for the next 150 years. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. Next caller with the last 3 digits of 740. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may begin.
My name is Alex Goff, ALEXGOFF, and I support this bill. I'd like to thank the leadership inside and outside this building for getting us to this point. This is a citizens' legislature, so I don't need to lecture you all on the pain and heartbreak and struggles in our communities before COVID and now during COVID. I think of my own assemblywoman who is a social worker. And so I know many of you are well aware and even telling me stories of what we need in our communities. And I agree with me, the legislators who have stood up today said that this is not enough, we need more. I think about our county and city governments that operate in continual recessions and not able to provide the resources or the services that our communities need as well. This is a first step. This is a good step. And I would implore your support for this bill. Thank you for the time. And thank you for standing up in this challenging time. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last three digits of 496. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
My name is Robert Hollowood. That's RobertHollowOod. I'm a Nevada native, an educator, the parent of 2 Clark County School District students, and a member of the Clark County Education Association. I speak today in support of AB 4. I appreciate the Speaker and members of Assembly for bringing this bill. Ongoing additional revenue is superior to a one-time prepayment on future taxes, which creates a hole in revenue that needs to be filled in a future year. As an educator, I still oppose the various draconian cuts proposed for K-12 education in this special session, but additional revenue gets us on a path to begin to mitigate those cuts. I urge you to pass AB 4, reducing the tax deductions available to the mining industry while continuing to look for solutions to fill the cuts proposed to K-12 education. Thank you.
Thank you. On to the next caller with the last three digits of 050. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin. Caller with the last three digits of 050, you may now begin.
This is Mercedes Krause, MERCEDES KRAUSE. Thank you for listening to my testimony. Today, I want to speak as an educator, as a parent, and as a lifelong citizen born and raised here in Nevada. We've already heard from educators, but I wanted to also address a particular area of education that doesn't get as much voice as needed. That's Indian education, and then also education in general. In regard to Indian education, everyone needs to understand that we're currently not honoring our trust and treaty obligations in regard to Indian education because of underfunding. Our students, not even half of all eligible students are being serviced here in Southern Nevada, and those who are getting their services, they are so limited that they're barely providing the needed support. And this is all due to underfunding and our district not being able to address this underfunding because they are always under the pressure of budget cuts. So going again, speaking to education in general, we're braced again for another multi-million-dollar budget cut. Just speaking of my experiences, sitting in my staff meetings at school, just sitting with my administrators and colleagues every year, just feeling the stress, regardless if we met our yearly goals for student success or not. We're under the stress and the scarcity of not having the budget available for needed staff and programming. Every year, my class size has been growing. We're not sure what is going to be in place for as far as programming and staff the next year that comes by the end of the year because of how the budget goes. And again, I just want to emphasize this stress and scarcity year to year while mining doesn't pay its fair share. The stress that we feel, the stress our administrators feel, I mean, how does that not get passed on to the students, no matter how much we try to buffer them from it? I just want to say that it is not okay. I've never understood, as a lifelong citizen, why taxes were not paid by the mining industry. And especially in these very difficult times, I'm glad that this practice is finally being examined. I am in favor of this. We need to put people first, especially our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last three digits of 827. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may begin.
Hello, for the record, my name is Fahima Caliph, F as in Frank, AHIMA KHALIF. AL, AF as in Frank, and I'm in full support of AB4. For the past few months, I've seen my friends struggle with economic hardship, especially many single mothers who are trying to make ends meet while figuring out schooling for their children. Please, I'm pleading with you as a proud Nevadan to do the right thing. Help our working families and those that are feeling the greatest brunt of the cruel economic devastation brought on by COVID-19. The mining companies are beyond wealthy, and the fact that they're only taxed 3/4 of 1% of their gross revenue is a travesty. For the last few days, thousands of Nevadans from all walks of life have been begging for you to find revenue so that working Nevadan families aren't the ones bearing the brunt of the budget cuts that are being made. Now, we have this critical bill that will do just that. We are being watched. The country is watching Nevada. This is the time to get the bill to the governor's desk. I am telling you that there are a lot of upset families, and the last thing you want is a mother's wrath. It's time for the legislature to do the right thing for our kids and our families and get this bill to the governor. Many small family businesses are struggling, including mine, especially on the Strip. However, the billion-dollar giant mining industry is not. It is their time to do the right thing, and it is your time as the Nevada State Assembly to work for the hardworking people that elected you and trusted you to lead them with integrity. I'm pleading with you as a mom, as a proud Nevadan, to help our people, our community, our Nevada. Please come together and vote yes on AB4. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members of the Assembly.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last three digits of 232. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Good evening. My name is Marie Nisus, M-A-R-I-E-N-E-I-S-E-S-S, CCA President-elect. I have the honor of representing 18,000 professionals who educate 72% of Nevada's children, and I'm speaking in favor of AB4. Speaker Frierson, thank you for your leadership during this special session. We appreciate the work you have done to find ways to lessen the cuts to education. While introducing a new bill to find additional revenue by reducing the deductions for mining is a step in the right direction, this bill still falls short of bridging the fiscal gap. The decision to make drastic cuts is not a decision anyone should take lightly. For the past 5 legislative sessions, CCEA has been an advocate for new revenue. We were fortunate to have Governor Sandoval, who understood how to lead and how to work across the aisle to find solutions. During the upcoming legislative session, we need a governor and legislators who will lead on finding new revenue to rebuild our economy. To do that, education must be a significant priority and safeguards must be in place to protect our children and our community. You must continue to find additional revenue sources. Now more than ever, we expect our elected officials to stand up and lead. Thank you.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 140. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin. Caller with the last 3 digits of 140. We will move on to caller with the last 3 digits of 774. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Daniel Barber, D-A-N-I-E-L-B-A-R-B-E-R. Good evening, Speaker Frierson and the Assembly Committee of the Whole. As I said, my name is Daniel Barber, and I'm a social studies teacher at Arborview High School in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm speaking tonight in support of Assembly Bill number 4. This upcoming school year will be my 22nd in the Clark County School District. It is also my 22nd year as a proud member of the Clark County Education Association, the largest teachers union in Nevada, representing over 18,000 teachers. I have seen firsthand what drastic cuts can do to my classroom. The horror of the 2010 special session still gives me nightmares to this day. It has been my pleasure, however, to see how this body has increased funding for public schools in the past several legislative sessions. That is why it is so depressing to see history repeating itself with the massive cuts to education still on the table. I am a proud Democrat, and I appreciate that the lawmakers in my party are trying to minimize those cuts by raising revenue. AB 4 is a step in the right direction, but it is not enough. The cuts on the table will still target our most vulnerable students. Much of the good that was done in the 2019 session will disappear if these cuts pass. In slashing money from weighted funding, we are ignoring equity. In slashing money from weighted funding, we are failing to focus support to those students who need it the most. I urge this body to pass AB 4 as a first step to reducing the cuts in education. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 424. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may begin.
Good evening. My name is Carl Bird, K-A-R-L-B-Y-R-D. I'm an educator with the Clark County School District. I'm speaking in favor of AB 4, and I believe it is a step in the right direction because the additional revenue on minerals is helpful. So I would like to thank Speaker Frierson for his efforts to find revenue and the Democrats who proposed this bill. But in the end, there will still be budget cuts to education, and that is unacceptable. I am very disappointed that there hasn't been more meaningful discussion about expanding our economy because of the traditional revenue sources that we basically live on. Going forward, I urge all lawmakers and the governor to place expanding the economy front and center on the 2021 legislative agenda. We need new industries, which will be driven by a need of all Nevadans to make a commitment on funding education, and our lawmakers should be leading on that effort. Yes, we should definitely pass AB 4, but remember, expand the economy by attracting new industries to our state, find new revenue, lead on funding education adequately, and show bold leadership in the 2021 legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller with the last three digits of 577. Please slowly pronounce your name. I apologize. Please slowly pronounce your name and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Good evening. Chris Daly, C-H-R-I-S-D-A-L-Y, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 100 years. NSEA is in support of AB 4. Each day of this session, you've heard about the impact of cuts contemplated to balance the budget. NSEA has been consistent in our call that any budget balancing plan should include at least $1 of new revenue for any dollar cut, a shared sacrifice. We appreciate that passing new revenue is not easy, but we hope you show it can be done. Nevada is the world's 5th largest producer of gold, which hit a 9-year high this week, yet the mining industry pays very little in state taxes. Reducing deductions to gross mining proceeds is a smart and necessary component of what needs to be a larger overall revenue strategy for Nevada. We are a little disappointed the corresponding changes to SB 3 will mean new revenues from AB 4 would not substantively change the deep and difficult budget cuts contemplated in this session. But $55 million starting next fiscal year is a good start. NSEA looks forward to continuing to work with you to backfill difficult budget cuts in this session, in this fiscal year, and build the revenue base Nevada needs moving forward. Please be brave, be bold, and do what's best for Nevada. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 155. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christy Cabrera, C-H-R-I-S-T-I, C-A-B-R-E-R-A. I'm calling on behalf of the Nevada Conservation League in support of AB 4. We're grateful to the Assembly for introducing this legislation to reduce mining deductions. It's time we call on the mining industry to pay their fair share. Addressing some of the earlier discussion around reclamation, reclamation is governed by laws and regulations. It has nothing to do with tax policy. Nevada's landscape is littered by abandoned and decommissioned mines, and mining shouldn't receive excessive deductions to clean up the messes they made on our land. We urge your support on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Next caller with the last three digits of 055. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Hi, my name is Ryan Brown, RyanBrown. Thank you, Speaker Firestone and members of the Assembly. I'm a small business owner in downtown Las Vegas, and I want to keep my comments pretty brief. I just wanted to reiterate what everyone else has said. I'm in complete and full support of AB 4, and the message that it sends to small business owners is that we are not valued in the same way as these big industries like the mining industry. So I would encourage you all to represent the folks that put you in office and make sure that we hold them accountable. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 597. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may begin.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Cridell, VICKI-KREIDEL. I'm president of NEA of Southern Nevada and a second grade teacher in CCSD. I'm speaking in support of AB 4. We are all facing unprecedented times. I speak for educators, and any educator will tell you that we all know how to tighten our belts and find money when we need it. This is the legislative body's time to do just that, and we respect how difficult this process is. But we really need you to vote yes on this bill so we can get every penny possible to fill our budgetary gaps. Although this bill isn't much right now, it's a start. And as NSCA has been saying for a while, we need a dollar of new revenue for every dollar cut from education. This is a way to start that process because we need to walk away from this session knowing that we all did everything possible to plug the holes. Be bold, Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last three digits of 104. Please slowly pronounce your name and spell first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Hello, my name is Maria Teresa Lieberman Barraga, for the record, and it's spelled MARIA-TERESA. Last name is LIEBERMANN-PARRAGA. And I am here on behalf of myself and people like my mother, who is a housekeeper on the Strip and was unemployed, one of the many thousands that was unemployed, and had to wait 2.5 months to get her paycheck or to get her unemployment check. And I know that, that is for various reasons, but these are the people that you all on the floor need to be thinking about, the people that have been struggling to keep our economy alive for years and years and years. And meanwhile, yes, mining has created jobs, et cetera, but they haven't paid back to this land that they essentially take resources from. And so we need to think about all of the Nevadans that have been at home without any help, unemployment, et cetera, for the last few months and are barely trying to pick themselves up. We need mining to pay their fair share so that we can help these Nevadans get back to some sense of normalcy. So I strongly encourage all of you, even the Republicans, to please support AB 4 because Nevadans are counting on you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller with the last three digits of 541. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Hello, Speaker Firestone and members of the Assembly. My name is J.D. Klippenstein. That's J.D. KLIPPEN, I am the Executive Director of Action, grassroots community organization in Washoe County, and I am calling on behalf of myself and my organization in support of AB4. I'm actually also calling because of my 5-year-old daughter, Ella, who is set to begin kindergarten in less than a month, and in a much different role than I thought she would start kindergarten in. And I am encouraged by the leadership that this body has shown in revisiting deductions that the mining companies can take in order to increase the revenue and take a right step into building a new normal. That's the kind of world that I want my daughter to go to school in. I want her to live in a world that we've redefined what is normal, in which everyone pays their fair share, and that everyone has a chance at an education and opportunity in a state that can provide that. So thank you for your leadership. And again, I just encourage you to vote yes on AB4. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 3 digits of 792. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
This is Patrick Donnelly, Patrick Donnelly. I'm Nevada State Director with the Center for Biological Diversity, and we are a founding member of the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition. We're very pleased by the introduction of this bill. This is an important first step toward making mining pay their fair share to support the state that they take so much from. We'd like to see the deductions ratcheted down further, of course, but this is a good start. Also would encourage you to keep the provisions, as we heard, could be done from both SB3 and AB4 to maximize revenue in the short term to help plug the budget gap. You know, this alone is not going to solve the budgetary crisis, but it is going to take a step in the right direction. And moreover, you know, beyond just the economics and the budgets of it, there's a moral imperative here. And that imperative is the pursuit of justice. The painful budget cuts that you all have been forced to make this session will disproportionately burden communities of color and indigenous communities, economically disadvantaged communities, and our most vulnerable Nevadans. So ensuring mining pays their fair share and ensuring that the burden of supporting this budget is evenly distributed is a step toward environmental justice. This bill is a step toward environmental justice. And so, you know, I think the people of this state really sent you to Carson City to do this, to pursue justice for Nevadans who are in need of justice. And so we strongly support this bill as a good start toward environmental justice in the budgeting and the taxing of mining. And, you know, we stand ready and await further action for a constitutional amendment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 3 digits of 358. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Hi, my name is Selena LaRue, S-E-L-E-N-A, LaRue, L-A space capital R-U-E. I'm a teacher, an NSC, and a WEA member, and I'm calling in support of this bill. I appreciate that you've listened to the hundreds of people that have called in and the thousands of letters you've received and are pursuing new revenue. That is a bold step, and I am appreciative of that. My hope is that that's not the only step, that we will go further and we will expand our revenue streams further in the future. And I echo the previous caller that I hope we can combine AB4 and SB3 together, as Speaker Frierson mentioned, to have further revenue. I am still concerned at the education cuts that are coming down the line. I do hope that you listen to us again and cut from SLOs, star ratings, and assessments rather than classroom instructions. But I do believe this is a positive first step, and I am proud and hopeful that you will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 3 digits of 881. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jana Plegenkuhl, J-A-N-A-P-L-E-G-G-E-N-K-U-H-L. HLE. Esteemed legislators, thank you for your time. I am calling this evening in support of AB4. It is finally time that we need to be reducing the tax deductions to the mining industry. I thank you for finally listening to your constituents. It's time that the mining industry pays its fair share. They should not be allowed to pay less than the average person in this state. So, we all end up having to pay more with the taxes that are out there, and it's time for the mining industry to do the same. Please do the right thing and vote in favor of AB 4. Do not make this a partisan issue. This is about humanity. We are making cuts here. We are in unprecedented times. You all across the aisle need to do what is right for the future of our students, for the future of our state. This is it's a good start. This is just the beginning. We know we need to do more. I look forward to seeing those of you that will be in the next legislative session, that you work on different revenue sources so that we do not have to keep relying on cuts to our students, to the children, to the human services that we need for this state. And thank you again to Speaker Frierson and also the members of the Assembly for your service and for being bold. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller with the last three digits of 117. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Hi, my name is Michael Guss, Michael Guss. First, I want to commend Chairman and Speaker Frierson for putting this forward. It's a very good first step, and this will keep some of the nurses who, we don't hear a lot from them from the public comments because they're working 24/7 trying to beat the disease in the healthcare industry from losing their jobs, and I appreciate that. And it will keep some classrooms at a more manageable size, and I appreciate that. And so this is an excellent first step. When I first came to Nevada 10 years ago, one of the first things I did when I was working for Western Nevada Development District was tour the Cortez mine. And so I hear many critics of this bill say, well, it might put them out of business. They'll be fine. In fact, they can probably afford way more than this, and they're probably just fine with it. Because the reality is those mines are bonded. We learned about that out there. And they need a hospital nearby. And they're important to rural Nevada. I've run for office in rural Nevada. I support mining. But if you don't have a hospital in Elko because you're not paying Medicaid, you ain't going to have a mine. You're not going to have the Cortez mine. If you don't have a hospital in Hawthorne, where I ran for office, and I know a lot about that hospital because I ran for county commissioner down there, the Medicaid cuts would put that hospital out of business. And they want to open mines in southern Mineral County, and they should. It'd be great for their economy. Won't happen if you can't get bonded. So what I would say is this is asking an industry that can afford it, to pay its fair share for the benefit of that industry and the benefit of the communities that it's within. And I think it's a reasonable, modest proposal. It is a good bill. And again, I commend the Speaker for bringing it forward, and I hope you all vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last three digits of 475. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Good evening. My name is Jared Busker, spelled JARED Busker, and I am the Associate Director for the Children's Advocacy Alliance. We are in support of AB 4. Thank you so much.
Next caller with the last three digits of 393. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin. caller with the last three digits of 393, you may now begin. We will move on to caller with the last three digits of 797. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Hi, thank you, Speaker. This is Suman Rendawa. That is first name Suman, last name Randhawa. Good evening, and I'm in favor of AB 4. I'm the student body president at Nevada State College. I'm here representing approximately 4,000 undergraduate students. I'm also speaking as a parent and a student myself. And with this bill being passed, it will help keep the already marginalized and most vulnerable population on campus going. Right now, more than ever, our students are going to need all the support that they can get. And many of them rely on the student services and resources and opportunities that Nevada State College campus provides. And hopefully, we won't have to lay off any professors. We have amazing professors on campus that go above and beyond to help their students, and we rely on the professors. So we hope that you are bold and you vote yes to pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last three digits of 244. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Good evening. My name is Victor Salcido, and that's VictorSalcido on behalf of the Charter School Association of Nevada. We are calling in support of AB 4 simply because it is our hope that any amount of additional revenue will help mitigate the cuts felt by K-12 public education, including public charter schools. While it is not nearly enough, any additional revenue is a step in the right direction, and because of that, we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have about 10 minutes left, so for those who are remaining wishing to offer testimony, if you could be mindful that there may be other people and not repeat what was said before you. We'll try to get as many people in as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next caller with the last three digits of 093. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may begin.
Hi, this is Adrian Michelson, spelled Adrienne, Michelson, Michelson. Thank you, Speaker Frierson, and everyone in the room. You guys are doing an incredibly tough thing in cutting a lot of services that is going to have repercussions for the next decade, if not longer. However, I'm here to support this bill that you guys have just considered to raise revenue, specifically from removing mining deductions. That being said, my hope is that this is part of a larger strategy, because as it stands, this bill also does kind of repeal, I think, SB 3, which is asking the mining companies to pay their taxes earlier. So it kind of leaves revenue in the current state. It is about the same amount projected. So I'm hopeful that it means that there's more, chances for the legislators to consider asking, big corporations and people who are very well off to pay their fair share for the state of Nevada, so that, we have a healthcare system that serves people who are in need, and also that we have a better and stronger education system and one not left behind because of COVID. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 102. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Hi, my name is Willie Sublette, WILLIESUBLETTE, and I'm in support of this bill because we have a
we have a budget deficit, and we need cash as ASAP, as soon as possible. And we also need to remember that our state's natural resources are very limited, and once resources leave our state lines, we're no longer going to receive a dime for that. And currently, and for over a century, that's been the case. So it's time we make that change, and I think this is a great step in the right direction. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 540. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may begin.
My name is Kalen Evans. That's CALENEVANS. I am a Nevada State Education Association member and also the president of Empower Nevada Teachers, a grassroots teacher and educational advocacy group. We have an archaic tax structure here in Nevada, and that's quite evident when you look at the tax structure surrounding mining. I'll try to make this quick for other people to speak, but the vast majority of voters here in Nevada will support us going and taking a look at the tax exemptions that mining is fortunate enough to have. I'm in strong support of this bill, and it is a necessary small step in the right direction, but like I said, extremely necessary for us to start looking at the future and how we can create a progressive tax structure that will fund all the systems of government that so desperately need it, very much so, including education. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 586. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
This is Carmen Andrews, CarmenAndrews. Good evening, Speaker Frierson and Assembly members. I'm the Vice President of the National Education Association of Southern Nevada. I'm speaking in favor of AB 4. I've been in Nevada since 1996, and the time has long passed to ask the mining industry to help pay their fair share. Education has been grossly underfunded for far too long. We have got to find new revenues to help replace those lost dollars. It's unfortunate that it's a crisis situation that has finally brought this move about. However, AB 4 will help, among other things, Nevada's children and education. We're counting on you to do the right thing. Please support AB 4.
Thank you. Next caller with the last three digits of 705. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Hi, my name is Jackie Chocolate, JACKIECHIAKULAS, and I am calling in support of AB 4. We ask the legislature to be bold and are thankful to see the Assembly listen and introduce legislation to reduce mining deductions. We're asking the Senate and Assembly to vote yes. It's time we call on corporations like the mining industry to pay their fair share alongside the rest of us. You know, even though the voices of mining's international CEOs who take advantage of our land and resources are loud in the backroom deals, it's time to listen to the voices of Nevadans who time after time are asking to remove mining deductions. We are here now. This is the first step in doing what's right. We're looking at you and we are counting on you. I'm asking, please stand up for Nevadans and vote yes on AB 4. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 803. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Dan Price, D-A-N P-R-I-C-E. Again, my name is Dan Price, and I'm a CTE teacher in the Clark County and a proud member of CCA. I'm speaking in support of AB 4. While I appreciate the reductions in mining deductions, giving you more revenue to work with, the effort to find more money in the budget and funds through CARES to offset some of the proposed cuts. Any cut to education will be devastating to students. COVID crisis has shown how vulnerable our economy is. We have not learned our lesson from 2008 crisis that our present economy is extremely vulnerable. Being nearly a one industry state has caused us to be in this situation. Moving forward, I hope all lawmakers and the governor will be working to expand the economy in the 2021 legislative session, make it a top priority. We need new industries which can help all Nevadans make a commitment on funding education, and our lawmakers need to be leading on that. Moving forward, I hope all of you will be thinking of new ways to expand the economy in Nevada and help us fund education properly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller with the last three digits of 347. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin. Caller with the last three digits of 347, you may now begin.
My name is Amy Gonzalez, Amygonzales. I am a part of Empower Nevada Teachers and a teacher in Washoe County. I'm calling in support of AB4. It is time now to begin finding new revenue for Nevada students and future. Our state only just recovered from the Great Recession, which was far slower than other states. It's time for mining to pay its share to help Nevada begin to recover from this new economic crisis and to continue to support Nevada and our students. This is a good start. Thank you for hearing us and being brave to begin to pursue this much needed revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further callers in support of the bill, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. Caller with the last three digits of 181, please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Good evening. I am Lalo Montoya, Lallomontoya, Political Director at Make the Road Nevada. Thank you for listening to the hardworking families of Nevada and introducing AB4. Myself and Make the Road Nevada are in strong support of AB4 and urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 351. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
Hello, my name is Dom Hall. You spell that Donhall. I wanted to say that I am in support of AB4. I want to thank all the legislators for looking at different ways to support these cuts other than higher education. I think that when you look at the groups who are most affected from the COVID-19 pandemic, students are often overlooked, and I think our students are struggling the most. And I think that turning to inchy cuts is it's just too much right now, and I think that we need different ways to look at. So thank you so much, and I am in favor of AB4.
At this time, I'll ask any remaining callers who wish to provide testimony to do so in writing and provide that to us. The email address for it is on the agenda, and I would ask that you do that so that we can provide equal time to those that wish to offer testimony in opposition. So BPS, at this time, I'd like to open the line for those wishing to offer testimony in opposition.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those in opposition, please press *9 now on your phone to raise your hand. And we will start with caller with the last three digits of 191. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak and may now begin.
I'm actually calling in support of, not against.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We only allowed it 45 minutes, so I would ask that you provide an email for
Yep.
your testimony and support.
I'll submit it in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits. I'm sorry. For testimony in opposition of the bill, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. For testimony in opposition of the bill, please press *9 on your phone, and we will go with caller with the last three digits of 859. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak, and we now begin.
Thank you. This is Janine Hansen, State President of Nevada Families for Freedom. I have listened to this entire session, and I want to make a few comments. Ordinary people who are not paid by the taxpayers or by lobbying organizations have been almost unrepresented during these hearings because they don't know how to participate or they haven't had the opportunity. We've heard about expanding the economy. Well, if we want to expand the economy while we continue to raise taxes, that's very little of an opportunity. If we continue to increase taxes, no other businesses will want to come to our state. One of the things I've learned living here in Elko is that when Obamacare went in, the mines had to cut their great insurance that they provided for many of their employees. Now, this particular bill cuts their deductions for insurance, and we can anticipate that those families who depend on that insurance will have lower insurance paid for by the mining companies. This is hurting rural families. One of the major employer in rural communities is, of course, the mining industry. It's, of course, in our state right now, we have 25 to 30% of our people are unemployed. Many businesses have gone out and will never open again. Many are barely hanging on. It's time for government employees and educators to sacrifice their fair share to help with the Nevada budget and not balance it on the backs of those who have lost their jobs or will lose their jobs as we impose further taxes on mining. My granddaughter was here for 3 months. I was appalled at the education that she was receiving over the internet. I have grandchildren who are homeschooled. Their opportunity for education was much greater. With COVID-19, many parents have discovered the level of education their children are receiving and have determined to educate their own. There will never be enough money for government or for education.
Ms. Hanson, if you could wind down, we're at 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We need to support the productive part of our society.
Thank you. Any callers for further testimony in opposition of the bill, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. Caller with the last three digits of 818. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak, and we now begin.
My name is Cody Cunningham, CODYCUNNINGHAM. I just want to say this bill isn't going to fix our issue, and I absolutely love hearing Marxist propaganda of a claim of a fair share to someone else's labor and investment to justify their theft. None of us actually even generate close to 1% of revenue in mining industry generates in sales tax, property tax, payroll taxes, gas taxes, and other taxes accumulated. It's more than just income. If deductions were cut and you forcibly take another $100 million from mining families, we're still facing a $1.2 billion shortfall while we're spending close to $8 billion a year on health and human services. We don't have a tax problem, we have a spending problem. Our educators never want to talk about how over 500 admins, supervisors, and even school police in Clark County School District are taking gravy train paychecks of over $200,000 and up that cost us over $100 million a year, but you'll never hear CCSD speak about their own financial failures. They just regurgitate mindless calls for more money to a broken system with a massive budget problem and blame everyone else instead of their own overlord. It will never be enough with the way they run these public agencies. We can also look at unintended consequences of reducing the deductions. Considering sales and payroll taxes are a much higher form of state income, reducing the revenue as a mining industry will force them to cut back on new equipment and workforce expansion that all generate sales and payroll taxes. Where we may gain increases in taxes in one area, we'll lose or break even in other areas and lose generating tax business in general. It is simply cutting off the bottom of a blanket, sewing it to the top, and claiming we have a longer blanket. I have no trust in this proposal. The fact you're approaching this bill saying we don't know what the rates are going to be, where that money's going, and where it's going to be proposed without forecast, and that you're saying we got to pass this first and figure it out later, sounds extremely suspicious, and you're literally guessing the future of our state. If it ends up destroying small and medium mining businesses, are we eventually going to resort to needing to welcome a large corporation like Tesla into the state?
And so if you get one down, we're beyond the 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish up. If you wanna make a quick million, put one of Sisolak's brand new planes on eBay.
All right, thank you, sir. We can move on. BPS.
Yes. For callers in testimony of opposition of the bill, please press star 9 on your phone to raise your hand. Callers in opposition, please press star 9 on your phone to raise your hand. Speaker, there are no callers in opposition.
I'd like to move on to anyone wishing to offer testimony in a neutral position.
For testimony that is neutral to the bill, please press star 9 now on your phone to raise your hand. Callers in neutral of the bill, please press star 9 on your phone to raise your hand. Mr. Speaker, there are no hands up at this time.
Okay. Then we will bring it back to the committee.
Get a 1 minute recess.
1 minute recess.
Mr. Roberts.
The committee come back to order. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the chair's indulgence at this time, I would move to amend and do pass Assembly Bill 4. And just so members know, there is a mock-up called Proposed Amendment Number 5 that is available on Nellis. And Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me, I just want to explain to the members and members of the public what the amendment does. The amendment deletes Section 2 and Section 5 of the bill, so that essentially Senate Bill 3, which this body passed yesterday, would remain in effect, meaning that there would be prepayment of the taxes for this fiscal year as an effort to be able to address the budget crisis that we are facing. So it is a pretty straightforward amendment, but again, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, it would be a motion to amend and do pass.
There's been a motion to amend and do pass. Is there a second? Second by Assemblywoman Torres. Remarks. Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have serious concerns about the speed in which we've taken up this bill. We just got the initial bill this evening, and now we just got an amendment. And for me, it's difficult to do policy in that kind of fashion, especially when we haven't had any testimony from industry. That's an issue for me. In addition, our presenter acknowledged that this could impact small mines, and with the accelerated tax on top of that, I think it's really going to be impactful to those. And in a time like this, when so many small businesses are impacted in our state, I just think that this could impact some and make even more of them close, and putting more people out of work is just not our intent here. And so, for that matter, I'm not going to support moving this out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Roberts. And I said remarks. I meant the discussion on the motion, so that we could be appropriate with respect to the committee. I will also note, Assemblyman Roberts, that while there were no folks testifying from the industry, they were notified in advance and given an opportunity, just so the public is aware that they were notified in advance and given an opportunity if they so chose. If there are, and these aren't floor statements, Assemblywoman Carlton, and then let me see who else. Assemblywoman Carlton.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the amendment, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the fact that the minority leader pointed out that this was only going to generate $200,000 this year, and through the discussion through our different colleagues with Mr. Ginden, being able to hear the actual dollar amounts and how it would actually impact the fiscal crisis that we're in. So I'm glad we had the discussion, and I'm glad that that particular point was pointed out and it has been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Tolles, would you prefer making it on this motion, or if and when we consider it on the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies. I'll save that for later.
I'm sorry? Okay.
I will hold for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. If there's no other discussion on the motion to amend and do pass, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Motion carries. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Committee of the Whole now rise and report back to the Assembly.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly will come back to order. Assemblyman Yeager.
Mr. Speaker, could we go to Order Business 1, please?
Order Business 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Order Business 1, could the record please reflect that Assemblywoman Carlton and Assemblywoman Neal are present?
The record shall so reflect. We go to Order Business 4, reports of committees.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, to which was referred Assembly Bill 4, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back to the recommendation amend and do pass as amended. Jason Frierson, Chair.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we go to Order Business 8, please?
Order Business 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Assembly Bill 4 be taken from its position on general file and be placed at the top of general file.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Motion carries. We go to Order Business 12, general file and third reading.
Assembly Bill 4, introduced by the Committee of the Whole.
Assemblyman Yeager. I just need a recess.
Get a 1 minute recess, please.
1 minute recess. Okay, for the body's edification, the amendment is ready and formatted, but they couldn't bring it down until we took that action, so they're bringing the amendment down to take action as an assembly.
Assembly Bill 4, introduced by Committee of the Whole, enacting taxation, revising the formula for determining the measure of the tax on the net proceeds of minerals, eliminating the temporary requirement for the payment in advance of a portion of the tax upon the net proceeds of minerals, eliminating the temporary requirement for persons who extract minerals to pay a portion of the tax on the net proceeds of the estimated royalties that would be paid for certain years, and providing other measures relating thereto. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows: Section 1, end of Section 1, Section 6, end of Section 6, end of bill.
Honorable amendments to Section 1 of the bill as a whole.
I have Amendment Number 5, proposed by the Assembly Committee of the Whole.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly adopt Amendment 5 to Assembly Bill 4.
Assemblyman Yeager has moved that the Assembly adopt Amendment 5 to Assembly Bill 4. Remarks? There are none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Motion carries. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill?
There are none.
AB 4 is placed on general file.
Assembly Bill 4, introduced by Committee of the Whole, enacting taxation, revising the formula for determining the measure of the tax on the net proceeds of minerals, and providing other measures relating thereto. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows: Section 1, end of Section 1, Section 6, end of Section 6, end of bill.
All right, amendments to Section 1 of the bill as a whole.
There are none.
Are there any remarks? There being none, the Chief Clerk will open. Oh, I'm sorry. Assemblywoman Carlton. Got a little ahead of myself.
And Mr. Speaker, as a matter of protocol, would you prefer us to sit or stand with when we're on the
back on the Assembly if members could stand.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were in the right spot. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do rise in support on this bill. You know, I've been in this building a long time. You guys have heard me say that probably too many times. You're going to be glad when I'm gone and not listening to it anymore. But one of the first things I learned was when I showed up here was to respect the institution. And to me, this institution is very, very important. The state's important to me. I'm a Nevadan by choice. I was first introduced to the mining industry up close back in 1998 when I was first elected. They were one of the first groups to reach out to me. Offered me a tour of a mine, walked me through everything, put on all the gear, went underground, gained a great amount of respect for the very hardworking Nevadans that work in those mines. And I also have a deep appreciation and respect for the companies giving very fair wages and benefits to those Nevada families, and now they have the resources to take care of their families and send their children to college. We've always worked together, mining, gaming, all the other industries, the legislature, and we've made it through tough times before. But this isn't just a tough time. These are unprecedented times. I've spent the last few months looking through the proverbial state's couch cushions for every last dime that we can possibly get back into the hands of the people who need it the most. And I know a lot of folks didn't see that work happening, but it was happening behind the scenes. But Mr. Speaker, we are falling far, far short. We need everyone to come to the table. And a giant loophole on an industry that is making billions of dollars needs to be closed today. Every industry in the state has a responsibility to step up and help. Mining should be no different. I cast my vote today in support of this bill, and in doing so, I stand with my former colleague, and I apologize for using a name on the floor, Mr. Speaker, the fierce Peggy Pierce, who I'm sure is standing in this chamber right now, smiling with us as we cast this vote together for the good of Nevada. And I say to my dear young colleague who now represents District 3, you are carrying on the legacy of Peggy forward. And today with this vote, and I know she would be very proud of you also. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Tolles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to this bill and certainly appreciate the challenges that are here before us. And I do echo the sentiments of my colleague in Assembly District 13 about concerns that we only got this bill approximately an hour or so before the hearing. We didn't have enough time to really thoroughly research, understand the complexities of it. In fact, I took some notes while listening to this discussion tonight and the questions and answers, and I noted questions about the Constitution, possible court challenges, difficulties with evaluating the speculative nature of some of the deduction categories, potential impacts on reclamation and permanently removing health benefit deductions for families and for employees. And I certainly do support finding ways to bridge these gaps, which is why I gladly supported SB 3, where we saw $54.5 million in a prepayment of net mining proceeds, where we saw $60 million in additional funds to the general fund from the government services tax, where we saw $22 million from the tax amnesty program. And I will continue to work as I have for months, looking through these funds, offering suggestions and solutions, working collaboratively with my colleagues in this body to find additional ways to help bridge these gaps to education and to healthcare funding shortfalls. For example, Medicaid reserves of $46.5 million, employment security reserves of $2 million, enhanced FMAP through December 31st, equating to $30 million, legislative reserves of $11 million, and possible uses of CARES Act funding. So I look forward to continuing those discussions to find solutions to help bridge these gaps on education and on healthcare. And I welcome that dialogue. However, I cannot support AB 4 at this time.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of AB 4. There's no secret the mining industry has been an indelible part of our state's heritage and has played a role in shaping our communities as we know them today. But before they were here, the indigenous communities of the Western Shoshone were here. The families of the Northern Paiutes were here. The Washos were here. These lands were here and these people were here. Explorers found minerals here, and the explosion and exploitation began. We became part of the wild, wild West. For over a century, the mining industry has been largely unregulated in the state, allowed to reap our earth without Nevada families sowing the revenue. We are not the wild, wild West anymore, and it is time our revenue structure grew up too. Today's vote acknowledges that for too long, mining has not been paying their fair share, and now is the time to change that. We have the opportunity to vote today on new revenue to help fill the massive holes in our budget, holes that are not just dollars and cents, but represent families, Nevadan families, who are struggling to pay their bills or keep their small businesses open. We are Nevadans first. The resources that they are digging out of our landscape are finite. Gold, silver, and lithium, they do not grow back. They have a responsibility. The industry has a responsibility for the environmental impact they create and to put more into our state's social infrastructure, currently under a tremendous amount of stress. Nevadans deserve better. Yesterday was tax day in the United States. And every day Nevadans, many of whom are still out of work, paid their taxes. Now mining should pay their share too. I fully support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of this body, I am appalled about what has happened today. We have been here 9 days. 9 days. We are costing the taxpayer $55,000 a day, And on the 9th day, we have a bill that members of this body have admitted has been out there since 2011, and they've been trying to get it passed. We are in a budget crisis, but yet we hear that the ultimate goal all along has been get more revenue out of mining. They've been trying for decades to do so. And now they're trying to succeed. We heard about this bill at 4:30 today. 4:30. We actually saw a copy of a bill at 5 o'clock. Yet at 9:30, we're given a copy of an amended version that was already typed up without any involvement with the industry, without being able to vet it. But we know that it's been on the agenda for a decade. So here we get it tonight with a brief few hours to hear it. We get no input from the industry. We don't have the typical testimony and good, solid hearings and vetting of a bill that we need to have. Folks, we cannot tax ourselves in prosperity. You've heard that time and time again. This is very short-sighted on the part of this body, and yet a vendetta against the mining industry. I'm hearing that mining doesn't pay taxes. Mining pays millions and millions and millions of dollars of taxes. Maybe not as much as you would like, but they do pay taxes. Maybe there's room for more, but this is not the avenue to do this. In 2011, your party put this back in the drawer, and now we're bringing it out as a massive movement. Mr. Speaker, I would also request that before we vote on this bill, I would like a count, and I want to know where the body are who are voting and make sure that they're in Carson City before they vote on this bill, per your request that you sent us, that we have to be in Carson to vote. So I want that on the record also, sir. Thank you.
Assemblyman Ellison. And while Assemblyman Ellison's queuing up for the
Thank
bodies,
you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Assemblyman.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Mr. Chairman, I will make this short. I stand in strong opposition to this bill. And why is because here's an industry that has come to the plate and prepaid their taxes where nobody else did. This is an industry that puts in millions and millions of dollars back into this community. And if it wasn't for these, the small communities out there in the state of Nevada would die. So not only did they step up to the plate today and give you everything you wanted on 3, you turn around and stab them in the back by telling them no.
Mr. Ellison, I'm gonna interrupt you, and I meant to mention it earlier. It violates our floor rules to question the motives of members on this floor. So when we're talking about stabbing in the back and other things to question the motives, it's just not appropriate for the assembly floor.
Well, Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to do is get across that these mining companies has come out and supported this state strongly and wholly since the beginning of this state. So to come out and say that we don't care about the mining, that's what you guys just sent a signal down and said. So if you want to close off the rest of the state and kill mining, then that's up to you. But this state has just took the wrong turn and helped put mining out of business. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in strong support of AB 4. This is 2020, it's not 2011. We are living in a different time period. We're living a pandemic, a medical pandemic in our country. These past few months have been some of the hardest in our nation, our state, and our personal lives. We all know people who have been faced with unbelievable challenges. Some have lost friends and family members. We are here, leaders, to address them the best way that we can. And this, for me, is the hardest part of our job. Yes, it's a special session, and what that means is we have a limited amount of time to do the job that we were elected to do. We are making hard decisions, heartbreaking decisions. These cuts to our state budget have been painful. That means we are facing tough decisions of what social programs that we cut, what social programs that we keep, and which programs that we shrink significantly. This current budget shortfall is forcing us to choose between mental health, Medicaid, education, our senior services, and so much more. Nevada families are depending on us. With record high unemployment, our Nevada families do not deserve to lose the services and the programs that they have come to depend on. And right now, need them more than ever. There is no denying that our economy is heavily dependent on tourism. And as we face the past, the current, future repercussions from COVID-19, refuse, and let me repeat that, we refuse to put this budget deficit on the of hard-working Nevada families. It's time for mining to step up and pay their fair share. Our mining industry is a $7.8 billion a year industry. However, with over a dozen eligible deductions, our state gives this industry, we are only receiving revenue from about $2.5 billion worth. That means our state gets less than pennies on the dollar. Nevadans just had to pay their own taxes this week. They didn't get to make those extra deductions. And please, don't get me wrong. I know that mining is a good employer. And they're a good employer that pay good wages to Nevada residents. We recognize and we appreciate that. Yet, these billion-dollar corporations have a giant loophole. And today, we say no. We say no more loopholes. As lawmakers, today deciding between the care of our seniors and our children's education, it is time we stand up and we say enough. What we are doing here tonight is enacting a sustainable, long-term tax policy that asks for a very profitable industry to pay its fair share. Enough of tax breaks for industries that have not paid their share. I stand here today in support of AB4, and I ask the members that you stand with me and support AB4, because supporting AB4 means you support our families for this generation and future generations in Nevada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. I notified a few members that wanted to provide further remarks that we typically acknowledge 3 members in each caucus when we're having floor votes, and that they'll have an opportunity to be heard during Order of Business 15. So with that, I will stick with our practice, and there'll be no further remarks. The Chief Clerk will open the roll.
Assemblywoman Backus?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus has voted yes. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson has voted yes. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod has voted yes. Assemblyman Carrillo?
Yes.
Assemblyman Carrillo has voted yes. Assemblywoman Douglas Boone.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Douglas Boone has voted yes. Assemblyman Ellison.
No.
Assemblyman Ellison has voted no. Assemblyman Fumo.
Yes.
Assemblyman Fumo has voted yes. Assemblywoman Miller.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Miller has voted yes. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno has voted yes. Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk has voted yes. Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal has voted yes. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel has voted yes. Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank has voted yes. Assemblywoman Tolles.
No.
Assemblywoman Tolles has voted no.
Anyone wishing to change their vote? There are 29 ayes, 13 yeas. Bill having received the constitutional majority, I declare it passed and bill order transmitted to the Senate. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we go to Order of Business 8, please?
Order of Business 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Order of Business 8, I would move that Assembly Bill 1 and Assembly Bill 3 be taken from their place on general file and moved to general file for the next legislative day.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblyman Yeager.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we had Order of Business 15 still.
Yes, Order of Business 15. Oh, we have to go to Order of Business 13 as well. Oh, it's right in front of me. There being no objection to speaking, the Chief Clerk will sign Assembly Joint Resolution 1 and Senate Bill 4. And we'll now go to Order of Business 15. Assemblyman Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mining industry has stepped up to help the state out when we've had economic crises in the past. Yesterday, they did so again by agreeing to accelerate their payments as we requested. I believe that by hitting them with a new tax burden the very next day is beyond bad form. This is not respectful of the mining industry and the men and women who work in it. So much talk has been about the billions of aggregate dollars that they earn in mining. They don't simply just pull it out of the ground. They work very hard for that. But there seems to be very little appreciation for the cost of that is involved. There's also apparently not enough understanding of the volatility of that market, even if they're able to produce additional revenue. For those who say that we have finite resources, that's true, but we've had finite resources for the past 150 plus years. It is simply not smart economics to tax individuals, businesses, or industries when you're in an economic crisis like this. That's how you impede the recovery. And by doing that, we have hurt Nevada's chances of accelerating our own recovery. There are other ways that we could have solved the budget crisis, and we've been working on them. I think that this is going to be counterproductive, and it simply does not do justice to the mining industry that just yesterday was so helpful to us.
Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to, by no surprise, I'm rarely at a loss for words, but I stand today not in a grandstanding manner, lest I be accused of such, but really this is what indignation is. I, too, have respect for the institution, but I'm in total dismay over the process. This has been rushed through. This is a special session. These are such important issues to discuss, and to have this thrown at us today without the proper vetting is just, in my mind, the utmost and unfair. And when you're in a super minority, I guess it really just doesn't matter.
Assemblywoman Hanson, again, we don't disparage each other on this assembly floor.
My apologies. Last night, our colleague from 8034 reminded us that 78% really have the power. And we were warned that this was coming. And unfortunately, we've seen that come to pass. What is the result of this? I can tell you directly that small mines will close, medium mines will lay off, and large mines will cut benefits and wages. In the midst of a pandemic, which everybody knows has devastated our state, our national economy, it's about timing. Why in the world would we address raising taxes in the midst of this pandemic crisis? We were asked as Republicans to come here with solutions. The Senate Republicans, in collaboration with the Senate Democrats, have released today their budget solutions plan to solve some of these problems without having to raise taxes at this critical moment in this economic downturn. So, in closing, I voted no on the bill, and a lot of my no is also because I say no to this process. It has been unbalanced and unfair and taken us by surprise, and I regret that it had to be that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to go under order of business 15. I know it's been a long day for everybody, and I appreciate everybody's patience. I asked a question during my testimony, and I just need assurance that we will have documentation, or your assurance and your word, sir, that all people who voted were in Carson City. Thank you.
Well, you don't have anything in the rules that point to that, and I would welcome your talking with LCB Council about it further. We have followed the rules to the T as far as the floor operating rules. With that, Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, just want to thank our staff for all.
I'm sorry. I do have one more order of business 15. Assemblyman Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm kind of a numbers guy, so when I hear numbers like pennies on the dollars that mining is paying, I took a look at the numbers. Mining had revenues of $7.83 billion, deductions that they declared, which does not include a lot of deductions that normal businesses have when you go to the IRS, of $5.5 billion, leaving a net of $2.28 billion, of which there was $122 million in taxes on that. That's a 5% tax. Now, I have business in Arizona. Arizona has a 4% tax. It was the highest tax they come up with. Now, maybe it's 4.3, but 4%. With this new increase that we've done for the year 2019, that was on there using the same static numbers, that had actually been an 11% tax. So when we talk about pennies and the dollars, keep in mind that in addition to the other taxes they're paying, this is an 11% tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, just wanted to thank our very hardworking staff for their hard work this evening. Seeing no other business before the chamber tonight, I would move, Mr. Speaker, that the Assembly stand in adjournment until Saturday, July 18th at the hour of 10 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned.